Hi, I'm Chris from Air Windows, and we have something a little bit different today. I'm just going to jump around shuffling my windows about and figuring out how to get a handle on my live stream. Because this week we're doing something kind of interesting. Because it is a patch making day, and I'm going to be making patches on Suodara's Sine machine. So I'm going to want to set things up a little bit here. I have to click on Go Live, and go to here. And it'll theoretically give me a stream, and I got to pop out chat because I'm very interested in where chat's at. Sudar might be in chat for all I know. Switch over to here and get everything sorted out so I can see chat and everything. And then, yeah. So today is patch making day, and I also have to fool around adding something to HChat to one particular scene in OBS, and I tell you why. So this is, let's keep it to where every bit of it is visible. This is the Sine machine synth. And I'm going to be thinking up a bunch of things to do apart from just what we've got here. Also, if that's way too loud, tell me. I'll figure out something to do about it. Maybe I can just use the output to solve that. But yeah, this is going to be the list of patches as we develop them, and everything's going to be downloadable by the end of the day. And yeah, I mean, it's a change that I have been so caught up. Excuse me, I'm being loud. Let's see, down button. I have been so caught up in building meter and all of that kind of stuff, and have been making great strides also with, like, look at this. Let me show you something. So I won't get to play this, but I can mute it. But here is meter, of course. And we've got it on mute, yeah. But I can do this. This is Air Windows Console X3. And you notice I have a custom meter built in up here. What that's doing is it's showing us a blend between peaks mode and slew mode. And we do also have zero cross mode. I've also added double clicking of controls. So like if a control is off, if I double click it, now it goes back to whatever the default is. And the default for channel versus bus is exactly halfway where nothing is being applied. And then the default for meter is that halfway between peak and slew. Because I feel like that gives you a picture of everything that's important in terms of balancing sounds for a optimal kind of noise. And I'm going to be including an Air Windows folder to put in your Documents folder that automatically just loads up Air Windows Globals, the way I've got it set, perhaps I'll edit it a little bit, because what I like doing is having it follow the arrow there, which people normally want to just move up and down for controlling these things. And of course, the scroll wheel will also do that for you. But the double click to reset is important. And you can also reset this. And that is true of Meter itself. As of this morning, I uploaded the edit where now if you double click the display area, you can reset it. And yeah, and of course the deal with this is this is what I've been working on for when Console X3 comes out. Not just the fact that it's a standalone one, which I've got some work to do to get the little GUI-less ones up to speed with that, but also that it's supposed to look nice in the GUI version. So you can see I've got the EQs set to a separate kind of area in the interface. And there's some embosses in there making things look nicer. So it's not just a blank space. But also, for versions of it where the emboss is going, or the layout is going to make spaces in the interface, I got the opportunity to stick some of those dividing lines there. So this way it's sort of split in half. This way it's split in half again, but more vertically, because the EQs are in their own little zone. And then this way the EQs are in their own little zone, but notice the dynamics is also in its own little zone because there was this big space in there. And then if we go for, and we've also got a space around the meter. I was working on making all of that look nicer, spent hours fussing with the positioning and spacing of everything. And then look what happens if we go for a full channel strip look, which is everything in a vertical line. Now, I'm not saying you have to do this, but if you wanted to do this, we can make it look quite nice. And of course, you can have it set up so that it will tint itself. You can have it set up to do things like that. And I'm going to keep this going. Because there's one further thing which happens in Air Windows Meter now too. We have a new little Easter egg for what happens if you set user color to tone color. So watch this. It doesn't remember until it opens the GUI up again. Look at what happens when we do this. So this is somewhat spammy and wasteful. In order to do this, I have to redraw the entire screen, including positioning all of the little controls. But yeah. Set user color, use Air Windows Globals. It'll be there for you to use because I'm going to include that folder. You just put it in your documents folder. And then you will have to set user color to tone color. If you do that, then you're not only getting the background color on the little meter because it's drawn to look like that as well, but you're also getting feedback on every individual part of the mix plus the mix bus as to how close it is to white balance. And as you can see, if we crank a bunch of bass, it's going to go more blue. Because we're pushing more in terms of fullness. Take it back out again, and it'll balance over again towards the white balance. If you push the highs, it'll immediately go more green and stay that way. And it's going to be, you want to avoid having stuff be too bright, as in all this green. If you cut highs, and we might have made it go so green that it, well, actually there's, yep, I can double click on the meter to reset it. And if we have more in the way of just sonority and loudness than anything else, it'll go red. And weirdly, this is kind of backwards from what the colors of the dots do on the little meter, but it is what it is. This is the way that I want it to settle for the balance of things. And that is all coming from the stuff here. Which normally looks like this. And it's getting those colors from this meter up top here. And what that's doing is it's tinting the whole background to what is predominating in the sound. So if it's just shades of off-white down near this bottom edge, that's about as balanced as you could want. And indeed, Bowie's Ashes to Ashes is very balanced in that way. If you have more bass, everything is going to shift more blue. And you will find it starts taking over the rest of the meter that way. It's all going to go very extended in that way. And that means you have more fullness than you necessarily need. And then if you crank the highs, it's going to immediately go into this area where the meter is telling you everything is too bright, because it's way the heck too bright. The red dots that you see here are part of the slew measurement of the meter, not so much the loudness, but the slew measurement of the meter. And in the default position for the readout, you're seeing both of them. And yeah, that is where I've got to with Console X3. And I have got that the tone color thing exists in Air Windows Meter. Like that's the top bar that's it's drawing a little line with all the colors distributed along the line. So it's showing you that over time. And that exists in Air Windows Meter as it currently exists. And then the special way of tinting the background of it is something that's going to be in Console X3. And yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff to do getting all of these things together, but it's going pretty well, I think. I feel like this stuff is going pretty well. Snurble, I'm going to have to supply Console X3 with a folder. The folder is going to be called Air Windows, and that is what you put in your Documents folder. It will contain a copy of Air Windows Globals kind of set up for you. And Air Windows Globals is just a file with this in it. It's just a text file with this in it, and that's the current settings for mine. You'll have a user color also lets you specify dark mode, whether or not your OS is in dark mode. And I'm going to supply user image. And in fact, I'm going to leave it set up to that user image, but you also get to supply your own. If you have a named user image, then you can use one to go with a default. I should include some options for specifying individual plugins, because you can go like Console X3 font, and Console X3 gets its own font if you do that. And you can do Console X3 width and height and specify a default width and height for those things as well. And that's something that I can probably, all of these things get to have individual interpretations if you want them. And the user image, you get to have an individual image This already exists. Like, this is already the case for all of the plugins that I've got out there. But you can specify an individual image and sort of do a more elaborate graphic onto a image exactly the size of your default size for the plugin. And then it can draw things like the knobs in different colors and stuff. It won't rotate the knobs, but it can draw them as if what's underneath the rotating area is a dedicated different texture, a different color. Hey, Grins. Johnny Muscles, I would say any crest factor you want that is enough. Like, meter only measures peaks. So the first order of business is the peaks that you get should be happening around the top 6 dB or so. How many of them are happening there matters. And how densely packed those peaks are matters. So if you have like a Beatles track, we'll get into the synth in a moment. I'm not going to spend the entire day talking about other things and not dealing with the synth, and I also don't get to do most recent, do I? Here we go. So if I go to something, I guess I did all of the Beatles, didn't I? Well, some of them are going to be in the loud side. Let's adjust this enough to where I can see what I'm doing. Here's a great example. So if we go to Effect Stacks and Content Peak, it's set up so that I get to show what's going on here, but it's not playing the audio through. So what should you do with a crest factor? Make it so your peaks, not RMS, this isn't showing RMS, peaks are going up into this top area, but not necessarily beyond that. If your peaks are lower than, say, here, I can expand this out a little bit so that you can see it a little easier. See how I've got a loudness thing here? And it says -6, -12, -18, -24. If even your peaks are quieter than 12 dB down, nobody's going to be able to deal with your music in the current age. Everybody is expecting all the peaks to be a flat line across the top of here, and they can go no louder than the flat line across the top of here. But what you want to do is have the peaks up in this area like the Beatles had for this stuff. And we'll pipe some of that through. I don't know. That's loud enough. So that's loud enough for all practical purposes. And you won't run into... Having dynamic music doesn't mean that it has to come off as very, very quiet compared to everybody else's. Nobody gets to be louder than the peaks are across the top edge of this. All they can do is be thicker and more hard to hear. Loudness and intensity is driven by the peaks, and this is what the peaks do. Oh yeah, and Console X3 is look pretty fire these days. This is where I've got it. And that is pretty much the full answer to crest factor. Crest factor is almost a non-issue if you're thinking about things properly, because crest factor is peaks over RMS. And we don't need to care about RMS. It literally does not matter. You've got massive hits, like for instance, here's a massive hit. I was just processing this band. Here, we'll blank these while we're at it. double click on the area to blanket. So this is the band Boston. You'll notice that even the peaks are only going, they're filling out the area between 12 dB down and full crank. And this is them at full blast. It doesn't really get much more dense than this. This is the sound where people lost their minds and were like, oh my God, you have to buy this record. Holy crap, you got to buy this record. And crest factor for Boston off of this original album is not very great. Like I might even be, I wonder if I have a useful meter that I can use. Ooh. I've got the Julian loudness meter. I know that guy. He's pretty cool. So here we have Boston. Well, content hide D is supposed to be working, but I'm not sure it totally is. No matter. So here's what we're doing with a bunch of different loudness meters. Here's what the peaks are doing. And it's telling you a whole story as to what's happening in here. You'll notice that Console X is also able to do that. And then the Julian loudness meter is more attuned to this is what you will normally think of as crest factor. Crest factor is meaningless. There's like next to nothing you need to care about with this. And you see it's about 14 dB down, 13 dB down, but everything that matters is happening up here. You could have 14 dB down and not use this area much at all, and your music would be much more boring because less would be happening in the peak area. So really, you needn't be worrying about crest factor at all. You need to be worrying about what your peaks are actually doing. And with that, let's bounce away from that again. Yeah, sorry about that. Here is... I keep looking for aftertouch on this. I'm going to have to learn to make up some patches that aren't using aftertouch so hard. Aftertouch is going to be a very big thing on the Six Signs one that I'm going to do on Thursday, because that one has polyphonic aftertouch available. And Isidore is here, so if you do have polyphonic aftertouch available, you can let me know about that. But here's the thing. Is the commercials. Oh, I remember I have forgotten a thing that I've promised to do. No matter. Let's see. Let's add, not an audio mixer, but in, I'm struggling with, here we go. Haha. Boy, this is from a long time ago, my God. There we are. So you can see that, yeah? I believe I can even move it over there so it's against that. And let's see, can I have it not be selecting stuff on my interface? Here, let me switch away from this for half a moment and then switch back. It did not help. Can I tell it to not be selected? What can we do with this crazy thing? Okay, good enough. I selected the audio capture. So you may well ask, what does secret code mean? And I'm going to tell you in a moment. But this is, you might have heard that on an Air Windows demo for a relatively recent plugin. So I threw this on top of another jam that I had. And now you get to hear it at full volume and plainly soloed. Yeah, and this is the very recent dist version. I downloaded that this morning. And then we've also got Blossoms. I remember it did a weird thing, which I'm now going to see whether I can reproduce. In an older version, I was able to make it freak out and make kind of horrifying noises. So let's see if we can immediately break it. Nope. Hanging together there. Here's our init sawtooth. Let's go bugs. Nope, this time it didn't do it. This time it behaved itself super well. So whatever that was in previous versions and has been fixed. This is the noise it's supposed to make, and I'm live streaming. Although it stands to reason I'd be able to do live streaming, seeing as I'm running out in a Mac Studio and all. So why, you may ask, is the secret code today Pample Juice? That is because Sudara, who is here, not only is an Air Windows supporter, which I found out this morning, so very exciting, but also wanted to extend people a coupon code. And it was going to be Air Windows, and I was like, no, dude, you should make it be Pample Juice. Pample Juice is what I use all the time, so let's use that. And he went, okay. So this is a discount code. The discount code is Pample Juice. And that is my suggestion. He wanted it to be Air Windows, but I also offered to like have a commission or whatever it is when people like get a piece of it. I was like, no, hunt, no, that is not happening. You're not going to pay me a commission on that coupon code and stuff. I don't care. You need to keep the money from this because it's a really good synth. And I stuck to it. I didn't get an argument from it. Here's some examples for like patches that people have. And I'm going to see whether I can make some good patches in my own right. There's a lot of things in here. So I'm just going to, look, we have basic things. Here's how this synth basically works. Oh, well, I'll figure something out. Why don't we pad SWB audio capture in OBS? And it's still coming out my speakers. I can turn it down there too. But there, that's 6 dB down. That should help at least a little bit. And I don't know why it padded my voice again, but I can certainly make the voice a lot louder. So there you go. And let me also go over here and adjust this so that I can pad the volume coming up on my speakers as well. I didn't notice a UI bug. I am going to go back to one of my user presets. We're not going to delete it because you're going to get to download this at the end of the day. So when I say boards of Hornato, what this is about was being able to, and let me familiarize myself with how the UI of this works. Like, this has a meaning, it's not just pretty. Oh, if you are a developer, I'm not using this currently, but Sodara has developed a blur algorithm that people get to use, and it's being used in here. So the interface here gets to use a very high efficiency blur for various things in the interface. And that's among the kinds of code that Sodara is putting out as open source, much like Pamplejuice. Pamplejuice is the framework that all of my UI stuff, all of my graphic stuff uses. The standalone ones that are retro plugins don't use that. The ones that don't have an interface don't use that, but everything that I have done has been based on Pamplejuice. That's why the secret code is Pamplejuice. And let's see. So we can switch among these things. It's number of unison voices, glide time, stuff like this. There's an additive verb, which at least previously ate a bunch of CPU, but apparently Gren says it doesn't eat as much CPU as that anymore. But here's where things get kind of interesting, because we get to manipulate both these settings, and you can sweep across them in various ways. That's making things brighter. Higher harmonics are these ones up in the end. Or you can just set them all to go. See these things here? It says all or odd or even or the octaves. Like if we had the octaves, notice that everything is still on. But I can set all the volumes right down, turn on only the octaves and make those be up, and then you get this. So that's kind of a vaguely organ-like behavior. You got the fundamental tone, this octave, and then another, and then another, and then another, and then another. Note for future reference, technically, and we can also brighten things by having this low pass not be filtering the way it is. See, we get to do this. And that was actually kind of engaged already. The filter kind of lives here. You get to fool with it like moving up and down, and it's changing the angle that it's pivoting on. And this is not, to my knowledge, actually a filter. This is further manipulating how the sines get added. And you get to pick between low pass or high pass or band pass. I'm assuming there's a high pass. Perhaps I'm assuming too much. So band pass, if you crank it all the way up, that does the job of being a high pass. That solves the problem. Also, what happens if we... low pass stays as low pass. That's fine. So yeah, it's a spectral filter because we're synthesizing. This is purely additive, much like the also popular 6 Sine synth, which I'm just as excited about in its own way, because it's 6 Sines, not so much somebody who has contributed enormously to, well, I mean, there's Consolidated. Both of these guys have contributed to Air Windows hugely and have opened things up that I wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. But, so, Melatonin Dev, Sudar here. If we're thinking in terms of things like that, understand, we could figure out what are the correct bins. Oh, I'm distorting now, apologies. I'll just move the mic a little farther away, and that'll have to do. What are the correct bins for the Hammond organ? Because we could do a Hammond organ, but yeah, much like six signs, this is a purely additive synth. We do not have a resonant peak filter on this because it's doing everything with the bins. It's doing everything with additive synthesis. And additive synthesis is very interesting. So we effectively get to do extremely different things with all of this. And no, this is the 1,000 signs. Or 100. I forget whether it's 100 or 1,000. It's all the signs. Lots of signs. So here's an idea. Let's bounce over to Chromium. Open up a window and figure out which of these bins would qualify as Hammond organ notes. And that's just getting me like repairs and stuff. That's not useful. Tutorial. Alrighty then, good enough. So what we are seeing in the interface to six signs is 16 and 8, but not necessarily. So 16, 8, and 4 are here. 5 and a third, I'm going to figure out what that one is. Looks to be... Let's scooch it over. A little awkward. Don't mind me. I'm just having to put the... Well, technically, that's not true, is it? I've got the keyboard so that my right hand can play it, but my right hand also manages the mouse. Ooh, up to 10,000 time domain sine waves. You see, this is additive in a big way. Six signs is about coloring the waves. It doesn't even necessarily have to use signs anymore. That's going to be Thursday. I'm going to be doing one on that. And that's an open source project like the Air Windows ones. This is not. This is a closed source project that helps to pay for Sudara, helping the rest of us with things like Pample Juice and so on. And all the stuff he's already done to help Air Windows. And now I'm trying to figure out what is 5 and a third. Let's find out. That might be it. That might be the 5 and a third. Because you see, with a proper Hammond organ, and I should be able to fill that screen a little bit more with that. With a proper Hammond organ, we've got a 5 and a third pipe rather than just the 4, and we've got a 2 and 2/3, 1 and 3/5, and 1 and 1/3. I should be able to find that on this and then save it as a patch. So I'm going to try to do that now. Let's first start by blanking everything. Yep. Then let's do the octaves. So yeah, I'm thinking in the way of like, wouldn't it be nice if we had a drawbars patch? Might not be able to do that, but I bet I can find what the frequencies are. 5 and a third is roughly halfway between the 8 and the 4. So let's see what these sound like. Have to select all. Or we could use this one. Nope, that's not the Hammond drawbar. How about this one? Nope. I bet that's it. So that is the fifth. It's quint. Technically, it's an exact harmonic rather than a equal temperament scale. So you got a suboctave, you got a unison, you got a fifth off of what the, I wonder whether I can find one in here. Let's find out. Oh, neat. Oh, of course they're not pure tones, but that's where all the fun comes from, you see. So we're doing them with sines. So that looks to be a fifth. Technically, I should smooth out some of the edginess I have going on in here. So I've got stuff happening in here, which is why it has the texture it does. Doesn't appear to be that much pitch-wise, but I've got something happening tremolo-wise that is giving it some of this texture. I did that on purpose because my whole deal with Sine Machine is to figure out how to make neat, cool textures. Yeah, 2 works. And I'm finding out what I had going on. Ah, there we go. That was being made by pitch noise. The noise being made that made it stop sounding. The noise in boards of Hornata and boards of Swarmata are a pitch noise being added to every single one of these resonators. And yep, that was exactly it. So back to finding where the drawbars live. Right now we've got the suboctave shut off. So we're finding unison and then twelfths and or unison eighths. I don't understand why this is called 12th when it's 2 2/3. But I've got some familiarity with what the drawbars, not as much as I'd like. I wish I had a Hammond to play with. But we're going to play with what makes these noises. Let's go down an octave. And we can go to just octaves and bring all these up. So the bottom one, I believe, I'm trying to figure out whether the bottom one counts as suboctave. I'm trying to find all the Hammond drawbars on this, but I might not be able to do the subharmonic. Depends. See, you can get a Hammond organ sound, but we want to find those drawbars. I'm very interested to find where these drawbars live on this, because then I'm going to save a patch where you can start out with that and go from there. And we have to enable all these to bring one up. Okay. Yeah. what I'm seeing in the drawbar overview isn't telling me anything useful. So here's my problem with this. I can assume that this is suboctave and then unison, etc. I'm pretty sure I can find the fifth. But then it says the 4 pipe is 8th. That can't be true. 8th is 12. Octave is 12 notes. So that makes no damn sense at all. And then these scale intervals don't make sense to me. I know this is an increment of purely octaves. The ones that are in white are purely octaves. And then this sub is, we're going to assume that that's in there. So yeah, I'm guessing that didn't turn out to be as hopeful as I'd hoped. But no matter, we'll keep plugging away. Also, it's interesting how the highs feel a little bit funky. I feel that I can tune these when the very highest of notes don't seem right. So first of all, let's assume that this was my 5 1/3. What I'm then looking for is, here's 4, and then I'm looking for 2 2/3, and then there's 2, and then here's 1. So let's see what we get from having something be. We'll maybe take this this guy down a bit. And then what also sounds Hammond like? What sounds drawbar like? Not that. Okay, 2 2/3, A. So that's going to be a little higher pitch than the other one. Nope. No, but it's cool. Could that be it? And we definitely need to nudge the pitches of this all a little bit. This is the fun of doing additive harmonics, is we're trying to find these particular ones. What's up with you? Interesting. Sadara? Is this really the octave? It says it's the octave. Is that really the octave? I don't know. It's cool, but I don't know about that one. Feels more like... That feels like the octave to me. So then here's some more drawbars. Oop. Whoa up. Ooh. So here's the interesting, By the nature of the math of harmonics, that is a harmonic, but the harmonics aren't necessarily tuned Hammond organ pitches. We can mess with them though. So this is great fun. Being able to do this is a trip. That's clearly a note. Oh, I've got a little bit of sweep. That's going to be in voices. Glide time. We're doing a Hammond organ. We don't want glide time. So yeah, I have questions about this harmonics and octave thing because I feel like the high harmonics aren't actually lining up with what octaves are. But I don't know whether this is maybe I'm doing something to cause it. This part seems legit. Yeah, that's not an octave either. Well, I just picked that, which is not an octave. What does it think the octave is? Yep, that's a note, but I don't think it's an octave. See, this is how additive synthesis works. Note how I'm bringing in these other signs, and these signs are not, as the Hammond organ would have it, tuned notes. They're multiplications of the underlying note. So for picking octaves, I must say your octave thing, maybe I'm handling it wrong or I'm doing something wrong. But I'm not actually getting literal octaves out of there. But that's because the literal octaves do not exist as harmonics of the underlying note. Here, I will demonstrate. Listen to the notes as they come in. None of those were quite the note. They were all a little bit different. Yeah, it's not quite an octave, it's something else. When you combine all of those notes, whether or not they are tuned to equal temperament and are octaves as we understand them, you get a square wave, or you get a sawtooth wave, or you get something like that. But yeah, I mean, no. And Sudara is here on stream. That's Melatonin Dev right there. So what I'm saying is not you need to fix this to tune these, although I may be able to do that. What I'm saying is it's interesting going and finding what these harmonics actually are so that we can make a Hammond organy style drawbar tone, which is using the signs in the additive sequence rather than the notes on the drawbar. Because like here's our drawbar overview, and I know that the ones in white are literal octaves, but that's not the interesting part today. And this is. There are literal octaves available. And then this higher harmonic is like a fifth or something. Let's bring back the pitch noise, just enough to get a little bit of grunge on it so that it sounds even more like a Hammond. And we will have it affect all the notes rather than only some of them. Ooh, it didn't work that well. Fuzz is better. And again, see this little thing here? That means you get to pick things like even or odd, or this would be the octave thing again. So we're giving it full on. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. Thank you, Beat Space 10, you're correct. Oh, okay, we got there. That's part of the original thing. In fact, I think it's time for me to save this as a different name. We're going to go in search of, because that's probably what was doing it, and I'm not saying I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to do that again, but thank you for bringing it to my attention, because that would be why it wasn't lining up the way I expected. And yeah, I use all of these things on purpose. It's very handy. Oh, I'm forgetting that I have to resound the notes to get the new things. So let's jump back to volumes. Let's see if it's still doing what I thought it was doing. That's in pitch. Now, time to see whether octaves are really octaves and whether I was unfairly maligning this because I had stiffness set up so that it was making the octaves go out of pitch. That is a very legitimate concern. All right. Well spotted, Beat Spaced It In. That's absolutely correct. Which is just highlights the fact that that is available for also making interesting sounds. I'm not working from the default patch. I'm working from another one of my patches, and I always use basically everything. That's exactly what stiffness does. Here, I'll demonstrate. So if we were to do stiffness, the high notes go up, and well spotted, because that has everything to do with why the octaves were not lining up. So everything I was saying earlier about how the octaves weren't actually right, actually incorrect, but I still need to go in search of the Hammond drawbars. And stiffness lets me retune these in a small way rather than a big way. And that'll give it a little more character. Rather than the default. we can get a little crunchier in a way that's not actually characteristic of real organs at all. Like, this is not, you couldn't get a Hammond organ to do this. Because what it's doing is it is bringing in the individual harmonics slightly out of tune, which the Hammond organ physically cannot do. Unless it has like multiple drawbar spinners, and some of them are slightly off, which I don't think is the case. But yeah. Back into this zone, because here we can go, now that we do have literal octaves, they are 100% octaves. Now we can bring in these lower ones, weren't going to be too out of tune because stiffness didn't affect them as much. Stiffness affects the higher ones. And this is the thing that basically the implementation of it is all of the higher harmonics are slightly off because that's how piano strings work. It is equating the same thing as, well, here, let's quickly save that. Pure synthetic sound, but if we use stiffness, it's closer to what a piano would be if the piano was starting out being a sawtooth. Because on a piano, stiffness of the string means that the higher harmonics are forced up in pitch. And you'd want to use envelopes on that. Back to attempting to do a B3. So we know this is going to be a Hammond style harmonic. I think it's probably this one we want. And then there's an octave. So maybe I need to go back to here after all. Look up Hammond organ pitches. See whether anything is showing me anything useful there. Actually, there was something there. A lot of it's going to be fundamentals, but then we've got more. That's all well and good. Somebody's doing the math here. Drawbar settings guide. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, that's the same thing I saw before. And it's giving me a headache. Well, technically, we can find, let's find some of our notes like this. Firstly, we'll pull these things all down. And then go in search of where on the keyboard these belong. So that is maybe I don't want that one, but this one? Possibly. Okay, so ooh, and let's count from here. So if these are all octaves, then this actually counts. Then this counts too. Okay. It's just a little chord, that's all that is. So, chord between these notes, and then this is the top one. Cool. And we're getting up to that zone I was talking about. Lastly, let's use stiffness to try to tune this in a little bit. I certainly can. I can use the bandpass to do that. Check this out. But then we also can do this. Let's go find what the correct stiffness is for this one particular note that feels a little funny. The rest of these guys are fine. That feels flat. And you know we have stiffness to deal with that. Ooh, not you. So let's go find the stiffness setting for making the Hammond organ tone perfect. About 0.02% seems. Hear how that note is more like a third? It's a little sweeter if I don't have that there. And that's because it's a harmonic, not a note. It's not going for the note on the Hammond drawbars. It's doing what the harmonic would be, but we're kind of between notes there. Sounds about right. You can go away again. Now, would I like to have that bandpass video? Well, let's leave it there, but crank it up like this. Also, I'm curious what happens when I sweep it. Coming together. So what else can we do to doctor this? So stiffness, no. Stiffness can only be that. What happens if we do things like this? Nope. What am I not understanding about this? Oh, it's randomizing on onset. Fuzz moves, swarm doesn't. Or, no, that's still good. So if I wanted it to stay fairly steady, but still have that slight amount of randomness. Oh, Sodara says, turn on the pitch rate when swarm is on. Let's find out. More swarm. Also, let's make that be, oh, hello. There we go. We'll make it be flat so when it's doing this, it's affecting the lows rather than just only the highs. I had it affecting only the highs. Ah, okay. That's swarm. Well spotted. So it does do that. But it kind of cares more about so what I'm wondering now, pitch rate maybe this is affecting the pitch rate. We'll find out. So in theory, that's making this is rate related. So we've just slowed down pitch rate for everything on low harmonics. Very much. I'm not convinced swarm is the right thing for me here, but I do believe that we're making strides in understanding what it is. So it's randomizing things on a pretty regular rate. Yeah, it's a horror organ. That said, I feel like swarm still might not be for me. I've cranked it up a lot just to hear what it's doing, which is how you do this kind of thing. I feel like with the rate this way, I've just got a consistent warble. Note that you can set it to BPM. So it would be updating itself in beat. That's probably where you'd want to have them all update at the same time. It would just shift on a regular basis, but I'm not looking for that specifically. So we're going to go back to hertz. We're going to go back to fuzz. I don't think pitch rate's going to do as much here, but we'll find out. Yeah, fuzz seems about right. Pitch rate stopped mattering here. Let's use this one so that the pitch noise affects certain things more than others. I'm thinking I want to affect high-pitched ones more than others, although we'll find out. That's low-pitched ones more than others. Okay, so we're pitch fuzzing the higher pitched stuff a little bit. Remember, I can't hear this that well because we've got a bandpass engaged. So now I can hear what the high harmonics are doing. And indeed, I think I have a little too much pitch fuzz happening. Let's nudge it until it's obvious and turn it down. Still maybe a little too fuzzy. User interface tip, people will often want to go to round numbers and things like this, or like pet favorite numbers, regardless of whether it's actually the right number. This is why I sometimes like not showing the numbers there. Like, see, it's continuing to show the number just because that's the last thing I clicked on. So I have to click on something somewhere else in order to be distracted from the fact that I just picked a thing. In fact, while I'm at it, let's do this without looking at it. There. So I picked that without looking at it, and then I glanced back and saw what the letter was anyway. But it's fine. Maybe that's a little crunchy. So we'll pull it back sort of arbitrarily. And let's play with this a little bit. Unison voices. So if I'm not mistaken, here, let's go and do a little further fooling around now that we've got the drawbar thing sorted out. Alrighty, fair. So a Leslie speaker horn has 2 points of output. So technically 2 unison voices will still be correct. I was thinking in terms of like, let's go and see whether there's actually 3 horns in a Leslie, but no, there is not. Ooh, also look at this. We can visually see how messy that is. Isn't that interesting? Maybe that can have an effect on this. Like we were at 14. What if we went to here? Neat. So what if we were to just 1% noise? And then maybe a hair above that, just until we see it filling in that space without having it be too gratuitous tone-wise. There's going to be a lot more to this when I'm done with it, but this is a good direction to be going in. Also, max harmonics, eh? Yeah, we want all the harmonics. Let's have a full-on thing going on. No velocity, it's a Hammond, so none of that. 2 voices is about right, but so here's where this gets more interesting. I have to basically find how to make it do a more rapid twirl. Oh, what's this? Not really quite sure what that did. Ah, no polyphony. That is something else. Ooh, visit randomize phase. Well, that's interesting. That might be quite handy. I think that might help towards the kind of humanizing quality I'm looking for here. But my challenge here is that I can use this spread to try to go for a Leslie-like quality. Mind you, I can still do pitch warbles as well. Nothing stopping me from doing that. But when we do it, what we're basically doing is just detuning things. Whereas the Leslie sound isn't just a pitch split between left and right. It's something else entirely. As such, it's possible that more unison voices will work better for me, because we're not actually getting a pair of Leslie horns out of this, we're getting a fixed detune on either side. And that'll give it a wider sound, but that's not the sound. And making it be mono doesn't actually help. So first, let's play a little bit with these unison voices. Three unison voices means there's likely to be one in the middle as well as the two on the sides. And since they're fixed pitch offsets, that's probably all to the good. All right, see you later. Thanks for dropping by, Sadara. I'm going to keep on doing this, and I'll throw out some cheese for tacos at 4, and I'm going to go and have dinner at 5. Ooh, okay, starting to sound better. Simple chorus. Three seems good. Yeah, I don't say. Let me have a look. I saw that before you retracted it. It is a temporary thing, if anything. Yeah, fair. Let's bring that up to date. Should be able to do that pretty straightforwardly, I think. Because Console X3 is certainly not 2022, and although parts of it are Sadara, not all of it is. We can also have a look at, well, actually, I'm not sure Meter is going to have that. Let's find out. Yeah, that's something that could be put into the places to update things. Oh, interesting. Do I not have a license on Meter? Well, I'm going to want to. That said, I don't believe I need to do that right away. We'll get to it. Cool beans. Alrighty, let's jump back into pitch. I should be able to do a pretty cool pitch warble effect simply by having, so what's going to happen here? And this is a thing that Sine Machine lends itself to really well. We have pitch amount, and we have the ability to do higher pitches more than lower pitches. That's consistent with how a Hammond organ will actually work. Not quite, because the Hammond organ is doing the warbling of high frequency pitches by having this horn twirl. And as it gets closer to or farther away from you, there's a Doppler effect that happens the way that it goes. So what's happening is the low end is going through that speaker, and there's a baffle that twirls around, and so the low end has tremolo, but the high end has pitch warble. And we should be able to do that in Sine Machine and do a really nice, and we haven't even gotten to the envelopes yet. So what we do there is ooh, interesting. You are doing curves. Ah. So the way attack and decay work gives rise to fun things that we can do frequency-wise. Where what we're going to try to do I'm not really quite sure why it's going for these particular curves, so I'm going to go for fairly straight ones here. I don't think offset matters. Offset is how I was doing the one with the sort of twirly sounds in there. So I'm going to bring sustain up again, but what I'm trying to do here is the key click. And that's going to be quite interesting. But we're not going to do offset, or if we are, we're going to not do it quite that way. And we're not going to do attack this way either. So sustain can be off. Then if decay is bigger, that does seem to be along the lines of how to have the percussive function, which is a pretty key part of a Hammond organ. So back over to here, curve matters. What kinds of sounds can we get out of the curve? So if we do this, everything is very quick other than the very highest frequencies, which might be going a little much. So that's decay. We took attack out entirely, but attack can also slow down how decay is hitting. Meaning, it's not going to want to act like that. So let's see. Oh, clicked the wrong thing. Left-handed mousing. Well, there's a thought trajectory X. Try it in a moment. Right now, this is not what I quite wanted, but I'm wondering whether I can get a thump in here. Oh, that's not bad. Has to be a lot quicker, but it's not bad. Yeah. So I'm looking for Hamidi key clicky kind of things, but synthesizing them. And then we're going to reduce attack until it's almost nothing. Remembering that I've got sustain all the way down. So we're trying to get just sort of the edge on this. And, I mean, strange is not a problem. Let's find out. I don't know quite what you mean by, oh, okay, abs mode. Fair. That's what you meant. So if we have large amounts of glide, we are gliding from that frequency is what's happening. Strange it may sound, but I think that's a darn good idea. It didn't hold that. It ran out of note. And haven't got this. Oh, look. Don't know if we need this amount of decay. Yeah, that was a very good idea. When you're manipulating the onset of a note, you can do weird little sweeps like that. There have been a lot of, for instance, Depeche Mode percussive sounds on hit albums that were basically doing exactly that, like glide from abs mode. It's probably coming from a, in those cases, it was probably coming from a filter, but all the same, you can very suddenly sweep from some, it'll work on kick drums and things too. And now that we've got this, ooh, can we do something fun with release, I wonder? So that's more along the lines of fooling around with it to try to simulate what the Leslie speaker would be like. That would be likely to have the lows resonating and hanging around a little bit longer because it's a big old speaker box. And now that we have that stuff kind of working a little more, we can bring in some of the fullness again. And then even more. Let's save what we've got. And we were going to do some fun things with the various factors in Leslie's. So we got tremolo patterns, depths and things, and we get to set what that's going to do to each frequency. Now in a real one, what you've got is it's not functioning on a note-by-note basis, but on a frequency basis, in that below the crossover frequency, it's going to be all tremolo, and above the crossover frequency, it's going to be the sweeping horns going. This is pretty respectable. Actually, I can even smooth it out a hair. So it's not obvious. I'd love to be able to assign this to modulation wheel, but I don't know how to do it in this synth. Maybe I'll learn. I'm also curious as to whether this is better. I think maybe not randomizing phase is better. Fuzzier that way, but let's give a little more chunk to this. So tiny bit less decay, tiny bit more attack, hair less sustain. And while we're at it, even less release. Because it needs to really sort of chop up when you're playing it percussively. Because these things, they're amazing for percussive types of playing. Let's take it a little bit farther beyond then. So back to volumes, we can bring in more of our lows. We were rolling those off quite a bit. But I want to be able to hear the lows because we're about to do stuff with tremolo that affects them. And it's not necessarily going to be literally and exactly a correct Hammond B3 emulation, but I feel like I should be able to get things into a zone. Again, I'm weirded out a little bit by the fact that I don't know how to do modulation on here, but Siddhar's not here any longer, so I can't ask him unless this has something to do with it. Oh, no, simply flipping phase is what that's doing. It's flipping what direction these things go. And it shouldn't matter for this. Okay. Don't want that. Oh, it randomly opened a web page that I don't love, but I feel it's normal enough that I can't really gripe about it. Let's make this be lined up properly if we can. That's not how to do it. Oh, double-clicked it, and I think that made it be normal. It doesn't look like it's lined up perfectly, but that's fine. So this is what I'm trying to avoid. Pattern shape is probably going to give me what I'm looking for. Got there. So what I'm looking to do is have a nice consistent pattern. Fine. And we're trying to make this emulate the bass bin of a Leslie speaker. So it's going to be trim depth amount, and we're going to have it affect the high harmonics less. Also, we don't need it to be quite this fast. Wonder if I can left click on this and get anything else happening. You know what? Fine. we can open this up and we'll go to the manual. Oh, this poorly named setting. Oh. Well, technically, I do not care about, that's DAW's transport position. Don't care about that. Let's scroll through here and see whether there's anything that can be done, which there may not be, with modulation wheels and things, because I feel like maybe there is not, but we can always just make a couple of variations on this for the purpose of bringing in that stuff. That'll be fine. Not worrying about that. So we've got some lows. Warbling nicely. And that's about what we want to do with it. The amount of sharpness and whatever is going to have to do with what we're trying to do. But here's where we do the twirly top part of that, leaving alone the fact that we've got some pitch noise and stiffness in here, just tiny, tiny amounts. Here's where we make the rotors go. Also, hang on. Is this what I want? No, I'm doing what I want with sharpness, so pattern shape doesn't actually matter here. And we've got a fairly fast twirl here, so maybe I want to pick a similar trem rate, 6.1 Hertz. I'm not quite sure what that does. Guess we'll find out. Okay, pitch noise still working. Pitch amount, I'm not hearing as much on there. Oh, okay, here's an idea. So I'm trying to simulate rotors, and we can see over on the side of the screen here, there's two things to a rotor. So I don't actually get to do this properly, but what if it was basically choosing about the same speed as the other one, but I need to pick twice the speed in order to implement the fact that there's two rotors and they're both warbling? That might get me closer to what I'm looking for. Let's find out. So I want to replace the warble on the lows with tremolo. And to do that, we have it apply only to the very highs. So far so good, but now I can't hear it because I made it too extreme. I have pitch amount turned all the way up, but we're not actually getting anything out of this. So click here. Ooh, and let's smooth this out. Better. So I feel like that's too strong now. And that would be kind of too weak, although I wonder whether maybe I've got the rate correct. Ah, now I hear it. So about twice that. We could try exactly twice that. That's coming together nicely. I wonder whether I can simplify it here. Nah, better with 3. So when we go all the way back over to here, Now we can get some more colorful sounds. Should be very pretty in reverb. I could get this, and maybe a little bit of distortion, because we don't have distortion inside this either. This is all using the synth engine. Let's give ourselves a little bit more in terms of sustain. And let's keep fussing with some of these other things. For instance, pitch noise. We left pitch noise alone a little while ago. Hammond organ, you're supposed to be able to do this. arbitrarily quick. So can we tune the way that works? What have we got going on here? Yeah, let's... voices. Glide time, glide from, but what from? I'm going to say we're going to glide from a pitch that makes this tack work better. And it's got to be quicker than that. Ooh, I could take it off entirely. Ooh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, check it out. Let's start using this. Much better idea. So how about lower frequencies, sweep for slightly longer, and then we're going to remove it even more. That's the higher frequencies taking longer. Oh, and we're not applying it to all of the waves either. Look at that. We want to be doing this. And then let's make it much faster than that. Or, well, hang on a moment. It's still too obvious. So what if I instead, like we're sweeping from 6K, what if instead we sweep the highs more, but they have less far to go? And then the lows can be even faster than this. We're down to like 1 millisecond. That's a little aggressive. Glide time is not letting me have quick enough motions here. Glide time is a little too aggressive, so absolute, maybe absolute is too much. Because here's my challenge. Like I can set glide time to literal 0. And if it's much larger, it's doing this, but I'm not getting what I'm looking for out of the smallest possible setting that I can set, which is 1. And even that, I'm working at it. This should only glide certain notes. But abs is the catch with this. If I start really close, it's doing a better job. But if I start this far off, we're not doing a linear chase, we're doing like an exponential chase. So glide from last makes it do the normal pitch glide thing that we normally get, which is not what I'm looking for, but relative rather than absolute might be more along the lines of what I'm looking for. We still got the fastest possible glide, but this glides from below, and this glides from above. So that took that noise pop off of there, meaning apparently we have more room to turn it down here. And let's hear what we have with no sustain. So what's up with this now? So you hear how I'm fooling with the way that it attacks by playing with curve here. So I'm trying to isolate that attack quality on a B3 where the percussion comes in. And I feel like maybe I have more to do here as well. There we go. Sorry about going off camera all the time. My keyboard is not where I can reach it very easily because I got to deal with the mouse pad and everything. So it is what it is, I guess. So if we go back to here and now bring up sustain. So maybe this is a good way to dial in what is happening in voices. Let's give ourselves a little more mojo here as well while we're at it. So with relative engaged, our maximum amount is 24 semitones. Abs is much more intense, but abs makes a loud sort of Depeche Mode-y swip on the front of everything, and I decided that was too aggressive. But we can engage this, and then we have more of a range of making something happen with it. Plus, we get to engage it only on some of the attacks. So I'm thinking this is a good way to make that attack be more interesting. Because if we are sweeping only the very highest harmonics down from 24 dB up, and not so much the other ones, we have more of an ability to push this. Until it becomes obvious. And this is how we're trying to get into that zone where it sounds like percussion on a B3. So I seem to have lost live chat. I guess the scroll is still working. People are just hanging out listening, clearly. What about altering this again? Oh, I am forgetting something. Let's get this more high-end oriented. Rather than like this. We're getting a little more brightness going on. And back to over here. I'm just going to get out of off shot. Don't mind me. Oh, let's do a low note. There we go. And that should cover all of the different bases. Neat. Let's save it. Actually, let's tweak it a little bit more and then save it. Like, let's see what that's like this time. How about we assign different things? Like this. So the trick there is a brick wall filter on the low pass, because since it's all additive, it doesn't actually ever get to be resonant. Means I can cut off as much as I want of that sort of grindy noise. But I think I'm going to want a little bit of it in there anyway. So let's look into getting that going. So we're going to start renaming this to different things now. Sweet. Drawbars, gonna take a little bit more of that. I really need to move this keyboard over to where I can get at it. It ain't right. Let's see if I can do a little bit of that. Okay, why didn't I do that an hour ago? Several hours ago. Okay, so drawbars, that's going to be not as active. So 6 hertz to half the speed. Or less. And let's tune drawbars to be real drawbar-y. Feel like I could have a little more in terms of the lows there. Remembering this is still with all drawbars up, we can still fool with these. We might not have a setting where we can just dial them in by swooping on them. Closest we have there is this. And octave is technically... Ooh, hang on. Okay, so that one too. Okay, now we have more lows than we technically need. And as we go up into the higher octaves, drawbars. And then we'll go from this, well, no, let's go from drawbars. I'm shooting for B3 warm here, is what I'm trying to do. Now, let's do all the harmonics available. All the harmonics ever. How about Ooh. Volume gave me a warning. It made a little wiggly thing because I clearly clipped. Okay, well, if I'm looking for warm, I don't want it to be too bass starved. But I also don't want it to be too bassy. There we go. Sort of balancing the crackliness of the highs in there with what the lows are trying to do. I can give it volume again. It's almost better when I had the keyboard over where I couldn't reach it, because I am no keyboard player, I tell you. But I know the kinds of noises I wanted to be making if I was a keyboard player. And so we're going to just do our best. I'm going to call that warm. And that makes us a batch of these, and then we can go from sweet to a rip. Let's see if we can do a B3 rip. That's going to be the Leslie Crankin' more, a lot more in terms of highs, but I think we're still going to cut them off because when we go too hard on the highs, we go beyond what a horn could literally do. So I have to be bringing in and this is why I think sweet is going to be the correct place to start here. Here we've got the low pass. And about 18 here. Maybe let's make it a little stiffer. Doesn't take much. Glide time's going faster because we wanted to hit quicker. It's too fast, I think. But maybe it's simply a matter of not having it tremolo so hard. lastly, let's go back over to volumes, and here's where the low pass does stuff. So one of the things I can do here, I'm using the low pass to cut off the grind, but literally that is what rip is. So my concern there is that although I can cut out lows like this, I feel like maybe I'd be better off doing it with these drawbars, which is not inconsistent with how one would normally do it, and then the low pass and then here's octave, so it's this guy and the top one, but we're keeping the top one at full crank because this is B3 rip. Oh, and I can control these now. And there's this high-end thing going on. Also, I probably don't need the volume this high. Oh God, no. So I'm cutting those off at a particular point where it's simply not going to generate stuff at a higher frequency. And I feel like maybe that really sharp cutoff might be good. But maybe it would be better to slower roll off and start lower. So I apparently have gain on tap again. I've also got things too fast, I think. feel like I can run this into a little bit of distortion and it'll be real aggressive sounding, which is what I was hoping. So I've just put the higher notes out of tune, but we're suppressing them a little bit too. So we'll cut that back. We'll keep these full crank. Not you. maybe a little more solidness and a little less of the punchy attack. And we're going to call that done because we have now got a neat little set. Rip. Sweet, warm. Sweet. Drawbars. And probably we're going to do some warmer, wobbly ones, I think. I do have to take a moment away from all this. I gotta go and visit the facilities and rinse out. My coffee cup is empty now. And it's too late in the day to do anything about that. So give me a moment. I'm right on it. We will open up this, and I will put this on. Beep. Macs are handy for some of these things. Shouldn't take me this long. And full-on meter. Here we are. So I shall be right back. Cool. Okay, I'm back. So what I'm thinking is just one or maybe two more of the B3 things, and then I'm going to tackle a completely different kind of sound out of this. And by the time I'm over, you shall have access to all of the patches that I've made today and everything else that I had. So that's so far 4 B3 style sounds and a couple 4 of other variations and things. So I'm thinking maybe a softer type keyboard sound here. We'll give it a roll. So this is going to be warmer, bassier, but more like low midier, I think. So what are we going to do there? First, let's have it not lean on the sustain quite as hard. And we're going to put some of this stuff back, but not all of it. He says as he begins to put back all of it. That top harmonic, boy, it does a lot of work. Which one did I want? Not you. That's interesting. What's going on here? Oh, look at you wobbling around when I click on you. Ah, it's bringing a additive synthesis thing. You click on this and it opens web pages. I never like it when programs open web pages. So we will I don't know. Let's see whether there's anything else in here. Nope, that's how to set that. I do not know what harmonic slew is supposed to be, so I'm going to leave that alone. Here's where I was trying to go. Let's have a punch on that. A little more in the way of spread. So if I'm looking for soft, do I want it to... Ooh, hang on. Nah, 3 is fine. On the other hand, randomizing phase works pretty good for this patch. So too low, too deep and warmer. I mean, I'm looking for soft here. Maybe I can touch volume a little bit while I'm at it. Please to be giving me exactly 6 dB if you can. I guess you can't. Pity. I feel like soft can let in a little bit more lows, but we can also Good enough. That is the zone. Let's start from this one and make it a B3 liquid, which is going to basically mean much less highs, much less lows, and using that filter, which is not really a filter, much more aggressively. Let's make it happen. So here's what we start with. Hey, you back? Let me show you the things I made. I'm going to put them up for download at the end of the day. Currently, I'm trying to do a liquid on top of everything else. But just a moment. Firstly, let me quickly run through all these things. Pitch rate of that. Tremolo of less of that. Less of the attack and softer, but we'll slow it just that much. But pretty clear idea what I'm doing with all of this at this stage. Towards the very end of the day, I'm going at like 4 o'clock on, I'm going to do strings. Voices, that doesn't change. Relative is still good. We don't need as much of an attack on that, so that dials back. Now that's going to stay. Let's cut some of this back. Bass. I can see which ones are the octaves. We're going to go for slightly less in the way of octaves this time. Or in the way of overtones, rather. Oh, don't want you. less of that grind. I think everything can slow down a tiny bit. We're increasing that pitch because you don't get to actually hear it. And back to volumes. Okay, there's liquid and then it's just too dull, so and we can turn it down a hair. And we'll hit save. So, Sodar, check this out. Got these organs so far. Here is liquid, soft, rip, warm, sweet, raw bars. So let's make some string sounds this time. I'm going to start with something like that and run away madly like that from there. Oh yeah, no, we're going to have a bunch of organs to download by the end of the day. I will put them up on airwindows.com. You may also use them if you want to stick them in there. You never made it? Pfft, come on. How did you never make an organ? You've got pads. Look, we got pads. You may have all of them. You may have everything I have made. I'm going to put it up for download at the end of the day. Yeah, there's other pads. Surely there's going to be... Okay, so... I mean, the thing is, though, like, everything I've done here is essentially around the concept of leaning into this stuff. Like, the organ desperately needed 0.02 stiffness in order to get that note in pitch. And I had to come up with these. Note that I've tended to use different drawbar settings. These are all drawbar settings. And you can't actually make a Hammond sound using different frequencies than these, because these are the frequencies for your Hammond style thingy. And then this one's the one where I had to fool with stiffness in order to make it be in pitch. And so when I do like a string sound, which I'm going to try to do towards the end of the day before 5, it's going to have lots more. It's not going to be restricted to just only these. But these are like the Hammond drawbar pitches. And having those specifically rather than just like octaves. And the reason I got all confused in the beginning of the day was because I was going for octaves, but I had a bunch of stiffness, and so all the pitches were off. Since violins have skinny little strings, they're not going to have that kind of stiffness, and so therefore it's not, which is not to say that maybe it won't have like a tiny amount, but they really don't get much. There's the tiniest amount that you use. And I'll probably also have like fuzz or swarm or something in there. I'm not sure whether I'm using swarm for things. I seem to be using fuzz more, but it's all about which of the harmonics get these things and which of them don't, and all that kind of stuff. So all of the B3 patches, like, the reason they all sound like B3s is because they're all using the same drawbars. I sure did. Here's a ripping B3. And then I've got soft. Still kind of bright though. An even softer liquidy one. Also, the stuff in the envelopes is especially interesting because it all has little details where the curve matters hugely for the attack. Like things like attack and decay, they're using very different curves, they're using very different shapes. And it's all at relatively low decays, but it's all to get the right kinds of attacks and decays. Because I don't have a way of sampling like percussion. So I get it into the zone, and then all these little variations, by the time I'm running through the variations, I know what all these things do. Note that they're pretty much all different in one way or another. And yeah, all of these are available, Sudara, if you would like. And apparently you would. Maybe I can convince you to include one in the factory presets. Go nuts. I think these show off what, I think these do a decent job of showing off what Sine Machine can do. But it's all about having that verisimilitude in there. So let's like run with this and immediately change a bunch of things about it. We're going to give a bunch of names to these as well. Oh, absolutely. I will put them up for download and try them out. Use anything you like. Other people will be able to get a hold of ones you don't include if they are aware of this stream or Air Windows. So they'll be able to do that. But yeah, so going to a string sound. First thing we do is throw away these. See, now we have got a much more string-like sound because We're using all the harmonics, not just the Hammond ones. That's not necessarily going to get me it, but what the hey. Let's go back to all. Envelopes. Going to be a very different story. Now, string section. String section has completely different behaviors for all of this. I'm not too worried about doing a simulated reverb style string section release. I'll have it be responsive. Okay, actually, no, not you. Attack. So how does a string attack? A string attacks with the bow hitting the string and kind of scraping. So we're going to have a different behavior, but how different? That may be a little more along the lines of being able to do the way a bow skronks onto strings. See, this is punchier. And I kind of like inside out and outside in for attack, because these are acting synth-like. Cool, but it sounds very synth-like the way that it goes. This is what I used to make the attacks on the Hammond organs be all punchy as anything, as it was coming from inside out. Outside in, on the other hand, that's more along the lines of the highs and the bass kind of kick in first. And the whole thing's going to have maybe a slower attack. I could have another setting for like slow strings just by exaggerating this. Now that I've got it dialed into where the curve should be, where the outside in should be. All credit to you, Surdar, for thinking of being able to include stuff like this. Better to have all. And decay is also going to be interesting. What acts like string section? Well, maybe inside out is the one for this one. We'll find out. Cute. It's showing the attack too. That's very nice. There is a vaguely horn-like quality to how that one's going. Now, I don't seem to be able to specify exactly where this long tail shows up. That seems to be just relative to the sound itself, and I don't get to adjust that, which is cool. Got that going, unless I, nope, sweep in, it doesn't do anything. Hear what I'm saying? The way it sustains is sort of a resonant honk when it's decaying to inside out, so that the mid-range stuff sustains longer when you let go of the attack. That's going to help it sound more like strings. Yep, if it was exposed in settings in the next version, I'd be sweeping it up and down and listening to what it would be doing to make it sound more like strings and less like a horn, which would probably mean it would go up. But I can do this without that, so don't worry about it. So where things are going to get really interesting, not so much here, cool though it is. And we can put sustain back now. I don't think we're doing anything interesting with sustain other than just setting the level. Wouldn't it be funny if we did this? Suddenly horns. Okay. I think it's still going to want to be all, though. Possibilities here. Look at that. Harmonic, fair. Fair. Cool. Even without fooling with the pitch, here's where I can set the rosin on the strings for my highs. Deeper. Higher. Although, if we do some weird things, it's still better this way. A little funny still, but what the hey. We can fix some of that with the bandpass. That sustain isn't quite working the way I want it, though. We push it all the way in this direction. More sustains anyhow. What if we do relative mode? We have it turned up so much, though. Curve has much of a less of an effect on relative mode, though. That said, relative mode on this one lowers the intensity with which it's being weird. So I think that's a keeper for sustain, because normally I wouldn't even be manipulating that like that. Oh, hang on. Is that global? I doubt I need as much tremolo-wise, but this might be a way of churning things a little bit. So let's see what we can do with regard to churning stuff a little bit. Full sharpness. And then we're going to do something silly. Ooh. Okay, responded slowly to that. We're driving it rather hard here. It's not responding all that quickly. Okay, that sort of scintillating quality might work for strings. I've got it very sharp. I can make it even sharper though. Here you can see what this is about. It is just flipping phase. So given we can do tremolo depth extremely intensely, it's time to see what happens when we do rate by frequency. I think we're going to want to have it up to here. That looks to be about as much slanting as I can get out of that. Okay, neat. So globally, we have a very aggressive effect. It's going to be kind of like this. But then if we start using this, we get to not have all of it, and that makes an interesting sort of coruscating effect going on inside it. Which I believe is better this way. There we go. See, hear how that's more like a string? and then we dial it back so that it's not as crazy. We can also dial sharpness back, but I feel like don't think I need that. And then maybe we simply use this to moderate trim depth amount. Though it's only applying to certain of the harmonics, but that's cool. It's fine. So for a sustained sound where I haven't done anything else with it, that's not so bad. Got just a little bit of phasey flanginess going on. I think we can go back to here and mellow it out a bit more. And start with a pure, and I might be fooling with this a little bit more, but start with more of a pure sawtooth. Let's give it a little more of a point. Ooh, we're distorting. Come to think of it, check this out. So we could do this, but we've got trem applying to these, and it's not letting me mouse over it. Even. So what we can do is go back to here and pull back odd harmonics, which are not being muted. And that just gave us our colorful effect a little more obviously. So we can take this, which is only the odd harmonics. The even ones are being modulated. So we cut these down and we hear the modulation more clearly. So my question then becomes, do I want those lows in there, or do I want to make this mostly out of highs? Starting to sound stringy, even in the bass. being able to shape that on the output is very helpful, because this is the only place that I can do aggressive things here that's not note dependent. This is output dependent. And I can fill in some more volume. I don't know if I have a clean way of going through here and just sweeping in a straight line. We do get to edit them individually, mind you. Manually tweak some of those guys. I may not need it. I know that I will do it for you. I will enable additive reverb for you. That said, I'm designing this to not have to use your... I make reverbs, so I like making my own reverbs for these things. But, yep, I will absolutely show that to you. So we've done trim. And set up this way, we can throw lots of depth on it and it doesn't care. It'll be fine. But we want to do this. All right, see you later, Grunts. Ooh, and we're almost on for... I gotta take a moment and go and thaw out my dinner. Here, let's go back here to where we clearly can go a little louder than this now. We've not yet ever done anything with pitch, so first thing, these are not instruments with big, heavy, rigid strings, so we have no stiffness. And we might also not have any pitch noise. Or maybe we'll have pitch noise that is swarm. That might be the correct thing for this one. Yep, it wants swarm. And it wants swarm at the rough speed that a human would be doing a vibrato on a violin. So let's crank it up really big. Actually, are we even using pitch on this? What happens if we do this? Okay, that's no good. That, on the other hand, is quite strong. So we got something going on with swarm here, and we've not yet even done anything with pitch and mount. That's just a vibrato. This is also where I would start using pressure sensitivity or the modulation wheel to do stuff with. Since I don't have that right at the moment, we're not going to worry about it, because we can do plenty without it. So again, let's try these. One of them is odd, one of them is even, and then octave is another thing entirely. That, not necessarily what I'm looking for. There's a sort of hard quality to it. But this is where we're starting to get interesting. So as long as we have that real aggressive and stuff, what happens when we start applying it to different frequencies differently? So that's interesting. We're getting something of a effect that's acting like the highs. Rather than going stiff, the highs are going swarmy. I'm getting that ensemble-y thickness going on. So we're still doing only even, but we have got even. Trem is doing stuff with even too. I'm bringing this in until I can clearly hear it's doing crazy stuff, and then I'm going to back pitch noise down until it's nice again. And let us find what a nice pitch rate is. Ooh, we've got one of these over here too. But what does that sound like the other way? Okay, that's colorful. We're doing opposite. We're doing pitch noise on odds and the other thing on evens. Can't hardly hear anything there at all. Ooh, okay, octaves, we get something. So maybe going for that string orchestra sound. And look, we haven't even done unison voices or additive verb. Don't hear much of a difference here though. Much better this way. Doesn't seem to care how many unison voices it does. We can get away with 2. I don't know though, 3. 4 gives me a slightly better texture. Oh, and we didn't fix this. Oh, this isn't doing anything this time. It is because this is set to not allow it to do anything. Now if we go back to this, that's what that does. So let's see whether we can make it do high or low frequencies different based on where the attack's supposed to be. I guess 100% is only the output. Well, here you are. Now we're using additive verb, very quick so it doesn't become overwhelming, as a additional rosin on the bow. And so we needn't worry about, additive verb is already going to be so intense anyway. So we can do this. Let me see whether I can dial that bandpass in a little better. We're going to call that strings high. Oh, and then immediately save it over the other one. It'll probably warn me. It did not warn me. Well, then we'll just delete that one because we didn't actually save it until we got working on it. And then we'll delete that. And then here we are. Lots of gain to make up for the what's going on with this here? Slightly extra boost relative mode. And then back off with the additive verb because we're not needing it. Got to run away from the keyboard for just a moment because I said I was going to thaw out food for dinner and I did not do that. So I'm going to be right back. I won't even put on any music. I'm going to be right back. Okay. See, I told you that wasn't going to take too long. So that gives us another strings. So maybe, how about let's go for a strings rich. We'll see what it takes to lean it in that direction, because we've got all the basic stuff dialed in. And I'm just going to see how many other interesting things, like everything I'm running with this time, it's not so much about like synthetic noises or whatever, or even the stuff that I started with. Like the stuff that I started with was things like this, or this, which is a very synthetic sound. But everything that I've been running with today is more along the lines of because the way the textures work with this big of an additive synth means you can start using this stuff to do interesting things. I'm tempted to take the additive reverb off of this, but I feel like it kind of works. So I'm maybe not going to take the additive verb off of that. But let's see whether we can do a strings rich. So I think the first thing we do is lean over on this again, but not that much. Oh, look, we can make the middle straight. The farther we take this in the direction of that, the more we get a perfect little extra sawtooth in there. That's interesting. Didn't know it was going to do that. Too horn-like. Also too loud. But not if we bandpass it like mad. Let's try that again. Well, we're rolling off lows in odd, so what if we go for an alternate, which is low pass? See, if we're doing it in low pass, we don't necessarily get as much of the lows coming out. Pattern amount is all cranked up. Back to here. So let's try a real steep angle, because the deal with this is we can find the pitch at which it sounds like strings being played with a bow and rosin. There's a particular frequency that tends to be emphasized that way. And if we highlight it with a really sharp cutoff here, oh, we're distorting again. Nice little jagged edge there. I like that little detail for the UI. A real handy thing with an additive synth like this is you get to completely obliterate aliasing because it can't. It's not actually rendering anything, it's just synthesizing everything from sines. Doesn't matter how edgy I get with it. Just got to find that one point where the right balance of highs gets through. And it's never shrill, even when it's meant to be shrill. Maybe a little less pitch noise. Just fooling. Do you hear what I hear in the high harmonics? Listen to what's happening in the pitch there. Goes up. This is only working because of that low pass. Absolutely would not be working without that low pass. Don't love the frequency thing it's doing there. bit less. Okay, so now the bow gets to kind of bloom into a higher frequency. Oh, what we get if we do crazy offsets? That would be funny. Okay, check this out. We can use the offset to also modify the way the attack goes, and this is going in good directions. See, we're going from low to high this way. But check it out, if we do this, nice slow string-like attack. Nicely, nicely. In fact, we may be able to slow both the offset and attack, and then I can make a string slow, which is all of those things cranked up a lot. Ooh, what happens? We've got this pitch related, and that was what was working for strings. So what if we push this? We've got it in last. Okay, that's our lowest notes that are sweeping. More string-like if there's a little bit of that. I had a little too much stiffness, I could hear it. Doesn't care about that. There, got your additive reverb sounding nice. Save you, and then let's do a variation on it. Slow. Envelopes. And since we're not calling this one rich, let's let it go a little bit brighter. And slow probably means let's not warble too much, so there's a sort of texture that I hear in there which is at a pitch, and it's either at the right pitch or it's sitting below the pitch. See if I go. It's over the pitch. Flat. Hey, Chad. Yeah, I've done a good day's work here. I'm going to spend the last 5 minutes uploading this to Air Windows so that you all can have it, and I'll give Sudara a link to it. Sudara, you may use any of these things in your defaults, so by all means include anything you like. Watch how orchestra people start just using this. Samples? Who the hell needs samples? Instrument libraries? Why? This is so pretty. Save, 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 save. There we go. Okay, so now this is everything we've done today. And I think that taps me out. But that's 4 variations on strings. So let's click on here so that we can use the arrow keys. String slow. Strings rich. Warm. High. B3. Liquid, soft. Rip. Warm. Sweet. And last but certainly not least, drawbars. So yeah, all in all, pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm happy with that. Also, if you turn out that you like things like this, they're also suitable demos of Sine Machine. Stuff like this, it's actively using the way that Sine Machine generates stuff. It just happens to be striking the harmonics in a sequence. And that's pretty in its own right. It might not be quite up to the scale of like wild stuff like that. But all things considered, they're all kind of cool. They're all kind of cool. I'm sure there's lots of other stuff that I could do, but this is what I decided to do with my live stream today. And I am well and truly happy with it. So now I get to set this keyboard back over here where I was fumbling with it earlier. And we're going to do a zip file. And I'm not sure, maybe this needs to get backed up to the MediaFire site as well. Oh, look at that. Here's a little side note on how Sine Machine works. It has saved my deleted things, even though I won't need them. That's thoughtful. I guess it just piles everything in there. Fair, fair. That could save somebody's butt in the long run. Ooh, I'm not sure if I like the fact that I've got a space in the file name. Let's remedy that then. In fact, we'll call it Sine Machine Patches. Actually, wait. No, that's a Melatonin file. I bet it's looking for exactly that. I bet it's looking for that very file, that very folder. So we're going to put it back, and then we'll package these into some other kind of thing. Firstly, let's check and see if it still finds everything. Oh, did I make it upset? I fear I made... Oh, no, it felt better. Cool. So I thought I made it upset because it got upset and started looking for things, but I bet it was looking for this, which I deleted. Don't mind me hitting weird shortcuts. There we go. Or not. Or not. Let's do this. We'll do that. We will copy all these guys in there and then remove that folder. Just like that. Put it here. We can probably launch just fine now. Yep. Here they are. And make a zip file out of it. And we'll start by throwing it up on my website where it's easy to get at. Put it into uploads. And copy the URL, HTTP form. Open up Chromium and see whether we can download it properly. I will give that's a hint of how everything's structured. But this ought to be a legitimate link, unless I've got it wrong somehow. So if this works, I'll see it appear on my desktop as a duplicate form. Got there. And while I'm at it, let's jump on the Discord, and I will drop onto Sedora's Discord. People were sharing patches. Here you go. Boop. Sharing patches. And yeah. So the note I would leave you, Sedora, with is study those B3 things, because there is bound to be much use for being able to select not simply octaves, but the B3 frequencies. That's going to give rise to lots of useful organ sounds, whereas a lot of the other stuff brings on things like sines and other kinds of instruments and stuff. But if you're going for the, and I know you weren't going to do any organ sounds, but if you're going for organ sounds, you need those additional drawbars. So I would advise including the drawbars. And on that note, look, it is 5 o'clock. So what I can do is go off and have tacos in the satisfaction of a day well spent. And yeah, Sudara is supporting Air Windows, and not only with Pample Juice, but definitely with Pample Juice. And so without Sudara and the person who made the synthesizer, and that secret code today is Pample Juice, that is a discount code. Without that stuff, you would not have any of the GUI-enabled console things. It seems to be a really good way of getting together quick plug-in builds that are using Juice and all that. Sudara works with the Juice people and is also thoroughly supporting, and I've sassed about this a little bit, but I'm not going to be too sassy. There is a ClaudeMD file in the Pineapple Juice distribution, which I took away, but it is basically replicating the stuff that I wrote into a text file for my own use. Because that's kind of how that rolls. If you're going to tell Claude how to do things, you're technically also telling other people how to do things. So it's a useful reference for anybody. I just happen to have translated it into a text file, and I'm using it that way. So on that note, I'll talk to you later. Back on Thursday with 6 Sines, which is going to be a whole different category of sounds, and much more in the way of things like modulation wheel and channel pressure, because that is also something that my keyboard there is able to do. But the keyboard is actually quite good at doing Hammond organ style things because there's no travel to any of the keys, so it has rapid response like a Hammond might. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.